The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll, and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Howell.
Good morning, my friends. Allow us to pray. Father, thank you for the love you have for each of these representatives and their staff gathered in this chamber. There may have been times when any of us did not deserve your favor, but you gave it anyway. And so we say thank you. Proverbs 22:1 states, "A good name is to be more desired than great riches. Favor is better than silver or gold. The rich and the poor have a common bond. The Lord is the maker of them all." Father, whenever our time of work in this chamber ends, help us to have invested our gifts and talents in such a way as to leave behind a good name. May the decisions made and those which will be made find favor with you and those who have chosen these representatives as their voice. Give clarity of thought and purpose as situations arise in debate and legislation today. May your peace prevail. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have all members had an opportunity to record their presence? Clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Speaker recognizes Representative Fairchild on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sterling High School is the 1A state football champions. The Sterling High School football team defeated the Rossville Bulldogs in the 1A state championship game by a score of 35-34. The Black Bears ran for 352 yards and 4 touchdowns in the championship game. Sterling found themselves down 6 with 6:56 left in the game after they blocked an extra point. With that remaining time, they methodically drove down the field, converting 3 fourth downs and capping it off with a touchdown pass and making the extra point to take a 1-point lead with only 52 seconds left in the game. The Black Bears made a defensive stand and held the Bulldogs by forcing a turnover on downs that allowed Sterling to kneel out the clock in victory formation. The Black Bears had an overall record of 13-0, were league champions with a record of 6-0, and district champions with a record of 5-0. The Black Bears scored a school record 588 points on the season and averaged 45 points per game. This is the second football championship in school history. The members are on the floor are head coach Brent Snyder, seniors Zane Farney, Wyatt Newberry, Kevin Ploutz, Logan Isaac, Cale Thomas, Porter Anderson, and Brad Gillespie. There are also a number of players, coaches, and a couple of managers in the gallery if you want to stand up to be recognized. Please join me in giving them a huge round of applause for bringing home the title and making Sterling proud. A second round of applause. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my words be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bill 55, 360, 412, 430, 450, 451, 462, 463, 480, 487, 374, 422. Senate Bill number 55 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning property and casualty insurance. Senate Bill 360 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 412 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning the probate code. Senate Bill 430 by Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health and health professions. Senate Bill 450 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning state employees. Senate Bill 451 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 462 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning public nuisance. Senate Bill number 463 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning civil action. Senate Bill 480 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning probate. Senate Bill 487, an act concerning the Kansas Offender Registration Act. Senate Bill 374 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning criminal procedure. Senate Bill 422 by Committee on Financial Institution and Insurance, an act concerning insurance.
Speaker, the Speaker recognizes Representative Lewis for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2329.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2329 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Representative Lewis, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representative Lewis, Howerton, and Schlingensiepen as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Kessler for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2331.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2331, we've all heard that. That was the bill talking about giving the coroners the pathway to dispose of some of the bodies that they've had. This body voted on it unanimously, passed it out of here. The Senate got it. They added a few things to it when it comes to funeral directors, and wasn't a big deal, but we're going to take a look at it anyway. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur with the Senate amendments to HB 2331 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Kessler, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representative Kessler, Schmoy, and Meyer as conferees on the part of the House. Representative Lewis is appointed to replace Representative Schmoy as a conferee on Senate Bill 254. Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Speaker appoints Representative Proctor to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, body. The first item of business is House Bill 2745. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2745, the chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Nope, there we go. I forgot my script, but Mr. Chair, there were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted.
Thank you. Members of the body, House Bill 2745 is a bill aimed at curbing excessive property tax increases. I'm going to do my best to go through the mechanics of the bill, how it all works, and then have a brief discussion on kind of the policy reasoning behind what we're trying to do here. But bear with me. Hope you've got coffee. I want to do an adequate job explaining the bill. But if you need to take a restroom break now, I understand. Section 1 of the bill creates a mechanism that allows voters to put a stop to excessive property tax increases exceeding a 3% limit. This provision does not apply to school districts as they already have the existing tax limits for their budgets for LOB and supplemental general funds established in KSA 72-5143 and KSA 72-53-113. The mechanism is a protest petition, which is successful if signed by 10% of the voters that voted in the most recent presidential election. So it's not just 10% of registered voters, it's 10% that actually voted in the last presidential election. If a governing board wants to exceed the 3% limit, they must publish a notice in the newspaper stating their intent to exceed and by what amount they are attempting to exceed. It's not just we're going to exceed and then the sky's the limit. They have to put their own new limit on. If they're going to go over that 3%, they have to define that in the publication. The county treasurer's office will post notice of all protest petitions available within the county on the county website, any social media accounts maintained by the office, and also post notice within the county treasurer's office. The county treasurer will also hold a public copy of each petition for voters to come in and sign. Individual petitions are also allowed. The county clerk's office will provide copies of those petitions. Administratively, the Director of Accounts and Reports at the state will design and distribute copies of these petitions, so they're all considered valid. I know when we had some testimony during the hearing on this, people over the last 2 years, people have talked about how they've done their best to create a valid petition, but when they turned it in, they didn't add a comma or a certain sentence or the right designation, and therefore all the signatures were deemed invalid. So we wanted to avoid that, create some consistency, so the Director of Accounts and Reports will actually design the protest petition. The county clerk's office will also provide copies of this petition in person, by mail, by email, or even by download from the county website if one exists. Petitions are due within 30 days to verify the signatures. We have several protest petition mechanisms in statute right now. Some of them are 30 days, some of them are 3 months. With the timeline that the local governments have to deal with their budgets, 30 days was the only amount that really fit into that time frame. If the petition fails, the protested budget or the proposed budget can be adopted and certified to the county clerk. If the petition is successful, the governing board must adopt a new budget that does not exceed the limit. The 3% limit is based on long-term average inflation of CPI, Consumer Price Index for the Midwest region. There were some questions on where the 3% came from. There are adjustment factors for new construction, annexation of new property, changes in property classifications, expiration of abatements, expiration of abatements or restrictions on property tax base due to expiring tax incentive programs, bonds, no fund warrants, and temporary notes. These exceptions do not include payments of special assessments, court judgments, or settlements, federal or state mandated expenses, loss of federal funds, increases above CPI for law enforcement, fire, and emergency management services. The reason I go into these is these were all part of the prior tax lid from 2015, found in KSA 29-25C, 79-2925C. And that was really the complaint of the prior tax lid, is it had so many exceptions and exclusions that it really wasn't effective. So those were not all included. Section 2 of the bill establishes the property tax relief fund for additional property tax relief that is distributed to the local taxing jurisdictions, with the exception of school districts that do not attempt to exceed the 3% limit. So if you attempt to exceed the 3% limit, a protest petition is successful and you have to go back and adopt a budget at the 3% level, you are not eligible to receive a distribution from the fund. The fund is set to appropriate $60 million this year, and it increases by 2% annually. And that is distributed to each county by a formula of 20% that is equally distributed, 40% by total population in proportion, and 40% by total valuation. Within each county, then, the money would be apportioned proportionate to the amount of property taxes that are levied to each entity. Whatever money is unused is returned to SGF. So if the $60 million doesn't automatically go out to everybody.
If everybody could keep the noise down so we can hear the speaker. Thank you. Please continue, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's critical to understand that all of the money doesn't go out to whatever entities are eligible. Only the money that they would qualify for is what is distributed. So if we have half of the cities and half of the counties and half of the townships that are eligible for this fund, they don't get all of the $60 million. They only get what the amount was that they qualified for. So any remaining funds in this property tax relief fund are returned to SGF if they're not utilized. If the, oops, lost my place. Any money that is received from the property tax relief fund at the local government level shall be utilized for services such as roads and bridge, law enforcement, elections, public health and safety, and other services mandated by law. If the fund is not appropriated by the legislature, none of the provisions of Section 1 apply. Sections 3 and 4 strike references to the words revenue neutral rate and revenue neutral hearing. Even though we are retaining the concept of revenue neutral by using the prior year's property taxes that were levied as the base point of our calculation, we're changing the name and moving the focus from we're moving it to the actual dollars. People understand dollars rather than the revenue neutral rate, which was a mill levy. I'll get into that a little bit more later. The accountability piece now, since we are retaining the budget hearing, but we're removing the revenue neutral hearing because the accountability piece is now the protest petition. The normal budget hearings, like I said, still occur that are required under KSA 79-2929. Section 5 modifies the revenue neutral rate notice into a property tax estimate notice, and it attempts to simplify the form to put the focus, again, like I said, on the actual dollar increase rather than the change in the mill levy. It still contains the kind of the parcel specific information, the data, so you will have a preview of what your property taxes will look like. And then it will also include each taxing jurisdiction's property taxes that they levied the prior year and what their current year proposed rate is and any increase or decrease. This notice, the revenue neutral notice, was only required if a taxing jurisdiction was exceeding revenue neutral rate. Under this bill, it is now permanent and mandated. So even if none of your taxing jurisdictions
are trying to exceed the limit, everyone will still get this notice. I think it's important that everybody gets this notice. You need to have a preview on what your taxes are going to do, because the valuation notice you get in March doesn't give you an idea of what your taxes are going to do. That's just your valuation. When the local governments set their budget, that's what determines how it impacts your taxes. So since it is mandated and made permanent, the printing and mailing costs that were reimbursed under revenue neutral rate law are now also made permanent. The Department of Administration is still required, they will still be required to publish all of the budget documents on their website as they do right now under revenue neutral. Section 6, moving on, just modifies again, it's KSA 79-2989, which is the current law referencing the reimbursement for the printing and postage costs that was sunset this year. That kind of goes over the mechanics of the bill. Before I get into some of the reasoning, I do have a technical amendment that I'd like to offer, Mr. Chair.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend HB 2745 as amended by House Committee on page 3 and line 33 by striking clerk and inserting election officer.
Representative, do you wish to further explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a simple technical amendment as we were working through the bill. Not every county clerk is the election officer, and the duties of verifying these signatures really go to the election officer. So in those 4 counties that has a separate election officer, we wanted to make sure that it was clear in statute who would be verifying the signatures. That's the gist of it, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Ora Peza, who pushed her button first. Representative Sawyer.
With the carrier of the amendment, thank you. With the carrier of amendment, stand for questions.
Certainly.
So this only changes it to the election commissioner?
Election officer.
Oh, sorry, election officer, and doesn't have anything to do with the Secretary of State, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. This is a technical amendment. In the bill, it just says county clerk, and that will still be true for 101 counties. It'll be the county clerk that will be verifying these signatures because they're also the election officer. But in the big 4 counties, the election officer is election commissioner. So that's the term election officers for the big 4 counties. So I urge you to support the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representatives Adam Smith to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Representative, you still have the floor.
Okay, if you want to bear with me for just a little bit, I want to go into a little bit of the reasoning behind the policy and why where we're at today. Last year, the legislature passed a bill that automatically reduces the income tax rate if tax revenues exceed a certain threshold. House Bill 2745 essentially does the same thing for local governments. And where if the taxes due to increases in assessed valuations, the property tax revenue goes up, it forces local governments to reduce their mill levy accordingly. This really is the heart of the problem with the current property tax situation in Kansas and across the nation. As assessed valuations rise, the mill levy doesn't go down enough. Sometimes it does go down, but it doesn't go down enough. And the problem is the assessed valuations are going up at a rate faster than the mill levy is going down. And I'll use my own county as an example. If I'm going to pick it on anybody, I'll pick on myself first. Wallace County's total assessed valuation last year increased, or this year increased 10.66% from last year. The mill levy was reduced. It went from 116.425 to 112.254. That was a 3.58% decrease. The result was still a 6.7% increase in property taxes. So you can see how over time that discrepancy really results in property tax increases, even though the mill levy is going down. Now, to their credit, not a single one of my county commissioners tried to tell everybody that they cut their property taxes by 3.6%. But it's very obvious when we were listening to the opposition to this bill in House Tax Committee. Local governments, your elected officials, a lot of them like to focus on the mill levy. They will talk about how they haven't raised the mill levy or they've even lowered the mill levy. The mayor of Topeka at the end testified that the mill levy is lower now than when he took office, and that's true. In 2020, for the city of Topeka, the mill levy was 39.69. Now in 2026, it's 36.956. That's a reduction of 6.88%. Now, what does that mean for property taxes? He talked about how they've lowered the mill levy, but for property taxes, they don't typically focus on that. Reducing the mill levy for Topeka, the taxes, the actual property taxes levied in 2020 were $46.7 million. And for 2026, it's 58.79, about $58.8 million. So that's an increase in property taxes of $12 million or 25.85%. And that's why we've got to change the narrative around property taxes. We need to get away from talking about mill levies, because mill levies can be a little disingenuous. If you keep the mill levy the same, it kind of implies that you haven't raised taxes. If you lower the mill levy, it kind of implies that taxes are going to go down, and that's simply not the case. Taxpayers understand and they can relate to dollars. They don't always understand what a reduction of 2 mills or an increase of 2 mills would mean to their taxes. This bill was really an attempt to thread the needle. With almost every single provision of this bill, there's folks that feel it goes too far, and there's people that feel it doesn't go far enough. There are people that wanted to repeal the revenue neutral rate completely. There's some that don't want any changes. So we tried to compromise by retaining what I feel is probably the most important. That's the transparency. That's the notice piece. That's important to taxpayers. It gives you a preview of what your property taxes are going to be, but we modified it to focus more on the dollars of the tax increase rather than the mill levy. There's people that didn't like any exceptions to the 3%. They just wanted a hard 3% cap on the limit. There's also some people that wanted to basically recycle all of the exceptions from the prior tax lid. So in committee, we tried to compromise and retain a few exceptions, some of the most critical ones that are important for growing communities that utilize some of the tax incentive programs that we have on the books right now. And if you are annexing property and you're growing your area, you need to be able to capture that tax base. There's some people that wanted the protest petition at 20%. We had that amendment in tax committee. There's some people that think 10% is way too high. So no, that's probably the item that we had the biggest discussion on, both last year in House Bill 2396 and this year on House Bill 2745. 10% number was kind of the general compromise that we felt was maybe achievable. While I'm sure everybody can find something they don't like about this bill, there's a lot of moving parts to it, and it does a lot. But I'm hoping you can find something that you do like, that outweighs the parts that you don't like and that we can support this bill. It will provide long-term tax relief. That's really how this works, is as we control spending, as the years go on, that inflation, that year after year increase that people have been seeing lately does not happen. Most importantly, a thing I like about this bill is it gives the voters a chance to, gives the voters the power to stop excessive tax hikes. So with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you everybody for your attention, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The chairman of the committee did a good job explaining the bill. I rise in support of the bill. You know, as the chairman said, it's threading a needle trying to get to property tax relief is not an easy thing to do. There's no magic bullet. You know, we don't levy property taxes anymore. As a state, we're out of the property tax business. So it's locals that do. So trying to find that magic to try to provide property tax relief, yet give locals that flexibility is a very, very tough thing to do. And I think the chairman and the committee did a really good job of trying to find that balance. I think this bill is more transparent than the revenue neutral. One of the problems I have with the revenue neutral notices we used to send out to people is that they were too complicated. They were in mill levies, and the voters didn't understand really what the statement said. Under this bill, people will see their tax dollars. They'll see how much they paid last year, how much they're going to pay this year, and what the difference is. That's something that's far more understandable and far more transparent than the current revenue neutral notices. So I think that's a really good change. You know, we have done a lot, I think, over the last few years to try to deal with this property tax problem. You know, one of the bills we passed, we've increased the residential exemption to $75,000. So anybody that owns a house that's worth $75,000 or more, they are paying $172.50 less in property taxes every year because of that exemption. So that's something we have done. Trying to go further, that's difficult. One of the conferees that spoke in favor of the bill, they had done a study over the last 10 years and said, look, if we had had this 3% cap in place over the last 10 years, then in 2024, the average household in Kansas would have paid $717 less in property taxes. $717 less in property taxes. That's a significant property tax cut. So I'm in strong support of this bill. We have tried to thread the needle of giving local governments some flexibility. They can still increase budgets up to 3%, which basically allows them to increase for inflation. If they need to go more, they got to sell the case to the people of their county. And if they can, it'll probably be fine. So, you know, like I said, this is a tough issue on property taxes. This bill will provide over the long term, it will hold down property taxes. There's no doubt about that. And if that's what we want to do to help our constituents who are concerned about property taxes, we need to hold it down. So I urge you to support the bill.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill stand for 3 or 4 questions?
Yes, sir.
So, you know taxes inside and out. What percentage of property taxes that the average Kansas taxpayer pay are assessed by the state and what are assessed by the local units of government?
With the passage of the bill that we had last year to eliminate the state's 1.5 mills, the state does no longer collect any property taxes. We do have several statutory mill levies. For instance, the 20 mills, the statewide levy for schools, but that is not collected at the state level. That is a levy for the school districts. The state has no collections of property tax.
So it would be fair to say that property taxes basically are a function of local units of government.
Yes.
Is part of the purpose of this bill to educate the taxpayers as to where property taxes come from?
Yeah, transparency is probably one of the most important provisions. A lot of your taxpayers, they will get that notice, their property tax bill, and they look at the bottom amount, which is the dollar, and they pay it, and they go into the county treasurer's office. And they don't always understand exactly where all the money is going. It's going to, even though the county collects it, the county is getting a portion, the cities are getting a portion, school districts, townships, all of your different taxing entities are getting their share of that. So the more we can do for transparency to help the taxpayers understand where their dollars are going, I think is critical to your point of education.
So there's not a representative in this chamber that doesn't get a ton of emails and calls and talking to constituents going door to door. You need to do something to lower property taxes, and they're talking about us as the state. What can we really do at the state level to lower property taxes?
Well, we have a lot of mechanisms. You could do everything from a property tax rebate that comes straight from SGF. We could adjust our mill levies at the state, but anything that comes from the state level is essentially subsidizing property tax through SGF dollars, which is income and sales tax.
There was an interesting question that came up in tax committee the other day about why don't we just raise the sales tax? And I'd like you to share what you shared with the committee about sales tax in the state of Kansas.
I'm not sure exactly what I referenced, but I know the state.
Did you say it was the highest in the country?
Not right now. I think right now at 6.5%, our state ranks, I want to say maybe 13th. I can't, I'll have to double check that, but we're in the top 15 for sure. For some reason, I was thinking maybe we're seventh or eighth in sales tax at the state level. But if we would add, say 1% and put the state sales tax rate up to 7.5%, we would be the highest in the nation. I think California right now is the highest, and they're at, I think, a little over 7%, maybe 7.25.
All right, final question. So how long have you been thinking about and trying to come up with a methodology that would lower property taxes?
Since I was a county commissioner. This concept is very similar to what we proposed in House Bill 2396 last year. So we've been working on this policy here for at least a couple of years. If you're familiar with the prior income tax packages, when we did some major tax reform, we've been doing things like increasing the residential exemption for homeowners. That's been moved up from $20,000. It now sits at $75,000. There's been discussions on trying to reduce the statewide mill levy as valuations, as I said during my opening, as assessed valuations increase. If you hold the mill levy the same, that's really a tax increase. And when we hold that 20 mills the same, we are really imposing a tax increase on the residents of, well, everybody in Kansas, business owners, ag producers, everybody that pays property tax. So trying to reduce that 20 mills statewide levy is also probably a good place to look for tax relief.
And then we just did things with income taxes, and we don't want to go back on that, do we?
That would be a policy decision. I would hope that we'd want to stick with what we've adopted.
Got. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, this is a good bill. I urge your support.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question, well, maybe two or three for the carrier of the bill. Thank you.
Certainly.
So I think this is a really captivating idea, but I have a few logistical questions. What kind of campaign rules apply to a protest petition?
Could you elaborate?
Well, I'm thinking, how are we going to get the word out to 10% or ideally more of the population, and what laws might govern that oversight, such as a Get Out the Vote campaign or a Get Out the Signature campaign, perhaps?
The bill doesn't address any efforts to promote a protest petition. It does specify that the county treasurer is responsible for posting notice in the treasurer's office, on the website if they have one, social media accounts. I would imagine there would be a substantial grassroots effort if the increase was substantial. The direct correlation for a grassroots effort is probably going to meet that, but there are no campaign restrictions or anything that's dealt with in the bill.
Okay, thank you. Of course, I have one more question, but I was thinking along those same lines. We've had a few different elections bills proposed that put new costs on to counties. One of them that I know a lot of folks have discussed is the even year elections. And we understand that would increase the cost of a ballot by 8. And I'm curious if the law mandates, using that as an example, that we must fund that, where would we make up those funds if typically it comes from property taxes, typically and unfortunately?
At the local government level,
Sir.
this bill wouldn't address that. It would have to come out of revenues at the local government level, either property taxes, sales tax revenue, or any of the other sources that they have currently.
Okay, thank you. Okay, body, I think I'm in the same boat as everyone else here. I hear about property taxes all the time. I'm really appreciative for the effort that's put in here. I have great respect for the carrier and my ranking. There are a few questions, though, that I really am concerned with. One being, if there's no oversight for a campaign in a protest petition, does that open the door to, who knows, what kind of third-party groups may want to come in and spend money, what kind of grassroots organizations may come in and spend money. And if there's no accountability or oversight mechanism specified, I don't know how we would guarantee that those are good faith people influencing our taxation. I also am very concerned about unfunded mandates generally and how we're going to make up those costs. And sales taxes seems to be the obvious de facto solution, but we know that's quite a regressive proposal. So I understand that we're trying to strike a balance here. I absolutely support the effort. I hope we can have maybe a more discussion or some kind of additional clarification added here for some regulation. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I apologize. I've got several technical amendments, and so I did have an amendment to offer.
The amendment appears short. The clerk shall read.
I move to amend HB 2745 as amended by House Committee on page 6 in line 2 by striking all after the period, by striking all in lines 3 through 11.
Representative, do you wish to explain your amendment?
Yes, please. This was another technical amendment. This bill touches a lot of people, county treasurers, county clerks, Department of Revenue, Property Valuation Division, the State Treasurer's Office. They did make me aware that we've got some redundancy. On page 6, there are 2 sentences at the top of that page that specifies that any taxing jurisdiction eligible to receive their distribution from the Property Tax Relief Fund shall notify the Director of Property Valuation before October 15th in order to receive the apportionment, and then the Director of Property Valuation shall certify to the State Treasurer on or before November 15th. And that sentence continues on with some technical language. We already addressed this. The county treasurers will have this information, and they will just certify that directly to the State Treasurer. There's no reason to go from the county treasurer to each taxing jurisdiction through PVD to the State Treasurer. We're trying to streamline this. I did not catch that redundancy when we worked the bill in committee, so We're just trying to streamline this process and make it more efficient for the county treasurers and the state treasurer. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I rise in support of the amendment. As the chair said, it's a technical amendment. The property tax cap will actually be determined by the county clerk. They already have that information locally. There's no reason to add an extra step of going to PVD then back. It just creates more work for PVD that's unnecessary. So I urge you to support the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Adam Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Adam Smith to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Representative, you still have the floor? Okay. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so House Bill 2745, it has some good things. We can all celebrate some of the merits, whether it's the intention of eliminating spending, or it's the 3% cap, or it's the protest petition. I think we can all appreciate those efforts. However, it also includes $60 million to our state budget that we cannot afford. If you look at our fiscal year 2027, you will note that we are bringing in about $10.1 billion, but expenditures are $10.8 billion. Even after consensus revenue estimate adjustments in April, we're still looking at a very bleak situation where we're spending probably upwards of 500 million more than we're bringing in. That's just simply not sustainable. In addition, we already know that a few years back, we eliminated the 1.5 mills that's already been discussed, and that's about $81 million that is backfilled in our state general fund right now in 2027. So we would be adding 60 million plus 81 million and getting into the business that's really local. Last election cycle, November 2024, it was local elections, and in my county alone, we only had 11.2% voter turnout. Ultimately, it's up to our voters. Do they want the bond issue? Do they want to elect individuals that drive their property taxes up? It's their choice, and they've made their decision. That doesn't mean that we don't do what we can here. We have the $75,000 threshold for properties, as well as the 1.5 mils, as well as many other transparency features we could do and beyond. But the 60 million is not the answer. And so with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk shall read.
I move to amend HB 2745 as amended by House Committee on page 4 by striking all in lines 2 through 5, by striking all in lines 41 through 43, by striking all on page 5, on page 6, by striking all in lines 1 through 33, and by renumbering sections accordingly. On page 1 in the title, in line 4, by striking all after the first semicolon, by striking all in line 5, in line 6, by striking all before establishing.
Representative, would you like to further explain your amendment now that I've pushed my mic button?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will. So this amendment basically removes the $60 million demand transfer. It also eliminates the property tax relief fund. So we know the state general fund is not unlimited. Every 60 million we appropriate here is $60 million unavailable for core state obligations, tax relief, or reserve stability. So I will stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of, in support of the amendment. Right now, as a state, we're spending around 600 million more than what we're bringing in. I think that we need to be fiscally responsible and get back to a balanced budget. I just don't think that we can afford to transfer $60 million out of the state general fund right now. I just don't think that that's the best approach to property tax reform. In addition to that, the fund grows by 2% a year for every year after that, and I just don't think that we can afford that growth. I just think that our main focus needs to be on balancing the budget more than anything else. I think that's even more important than property tax reform is getting back to a balanced budget, and it's just going to be a lot harder to do that if we're transferring $60 million out of the state general fund. In addition to that, when you actually think about it, we're basically subsidizing lower property taxes with higher state sales taxes and income taxes. And I just don't really think that makes sense just to make that switch and to have lower property taxes and then potentially higher state income and sales taxes. I just don't really think that's the best approach to deal with the issue of property tax reform. And so therefore, I strongly support this amendment and I ask you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. Body, we have over 2 billion with a B in our rainy day fund. So I think that when it comes to potentially cutting property taxes without hurting our local governments, who, by the way, we didn't fund LAVTRF for them for at least a decade, I would say that this would be a proper usage for those funds. The other thing that I would like to point out is to my friends at home who might be in local government who might have issues with this bill, I just want you to get a bit of a reality check here and see that we have colleagues that even think that this is too much. We have found a very reasonable middle ground for property tax relief for our mutual constituents, and hopefully you all are getting the opportunity to see what it is really like in this building. I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I completely agree with the carrier of this amendment regarding state general fund and the fiscal impact. However, I do want to provide a little perspective on why this $60 million fund was proposed. There are a lot of decisions that we make down here in this building that have an impact on local governments. We pass exemptions. We pass a lot of laws that make good sense. They provide some tax relief in certain areas, but our fiscal notes typically reflect the impact at the state level and not always the impact that has on the local level. I did have legislative research provide me some information, some data on probably 3 of the biggest decisions that we've made down here that impact local governments. Last year, we passed a bill that exempted certain personal property from tax. That had a very small effect at the state level, but at the local government level, that reduced their tax base and the property taxes that really get shifted when you exempt one property. That base or that tax liability gets shifted onto everybody else. That piece there at the local government level was about $13 to $14 million, according to research. In 2014, we eliminated the mortgage registration fee. At that time, it reduced fee revenues at the local level by about $45 million a year. We did allow for increased filing fees that accounted for about $25 million. So the net effect to local governments in shifting that tax burden over onto other property owners was about $20 million. And then go back a little bit farther, when the legislature exempted commercial and industrial machinery and equipment, that was about 20 years ago. And at the time, the impact at the state level was about $34 million. and the impact at the local level was about $185 million. If you do the math and kind of extrapolate that forward to today, that exemption, the value of tax base due to that law that we passed, the tax base that was lost and the tax revenue that was lost at the local level is about $315 million. So just in those three provisions alone, as a state, we have removed about $350 million of tax base that's now been shifted. So the $60 million relief fund was a way to try to partner with some of these local governments and understand that, hey, we understand we've cut your tax base. By the way, that's why we didn't completely exempt food sales tax. We just set the state rate to 0 because that would have been, I don't remember what the numbers were on that. It would probably be about $150 to $200 million of additional revenue at the local level that if they don't have that revenue source coming in, that gets shifted on to everybody else that pays property taxes, your homeowners, your businesses, and everybody. So that's the premise behind trying to throw a little bit of money toward the local governments. This is not LAVTR. LAVTR, if it was funded, went out to everybody automatically. We put provisions in this fund to where it only goes to what you might consider the most fiscally responsible local governments that are not increasing or trying to increase property taxes. So I'll leave this one up to the body. It's purely your preference. I won't say it's unfriendly or friendly, but I want you to understand why this fund was put in there and what we're trying to accomplish by replacing, attempting to replace a fraction of that revenue that we have exempted at the state level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, when we were in calendar talking about this, it did give me some concern when we were having $60 million that's going to be an annual demand transfer set up as in a fund. And obviously, hopefully later on today, we can have the discussion in regards to the budget and how that would impact that, because that's not factored in the budget that I'll be bringing forward today. This would be additional on top of what we'll be having as a budget for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. So it does give me some concern, and I'm in support of the amendment. I think there's other avenues that we could look at as far as benefiting those counties that are actually adhering to the property taxes the same way that the apparatus was set up in the bill. But there's other ways that we can address it instead of setting up a $60 million demand transfer and whether or not that $60 million would be utilized in a given fiscal year. And I want to say something in regards to the budget stabilization fund. That fund was not created to backfill spending, regardless if it's something for social services or if it's something for property taxes. That fund is created, and the reason why there is a $2 billion balance and why we have not had the automatic deposit into that balance for a few years now is because we're just compounding the interest. And it's sitting at $2 billion, and I'll be talking about this later on in the budget where we have another apparatus as far as using the interest of the budget stabilization fund. But that fund was created in 2015 not to backfill for spending. It was used and is only to be used if we have a downturn in the economy. That is why that fund is there and not to backfill spending. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Wagner.
Colleagues, I also rise in support of this amendment. I think it makes a lot of sense. If you look at our budget, our spending has gone up from 10.3 to 10.9 billion in this upcoming fiscal year. And the budget profiles we've seen, as prior speaker had mentioned, do not include any of the money that has been approved for any of the bills that have been passed this year. Plus, this would be the 60 million potentially, on top of that. I mean, in a different fiscal environment, I would not have any real objection to it. I really admire a lot about House Bill 2745, but I think the fiscal note is something that would be wise to do away with. I mean, the real crux of the matter is this protest petition really does put some teeth in citizen efforts to do something about property taxes going up. The Senate bill, which I believe we're going to hear at some point, on this 3% assessment limit, it has no fiscal note. This would be kind of a real symmetry between the House and Senate that would be focusing on policy and not on any particular fiscal note. I think there's a real wisdom in this amendment, and I would certainly urge your support.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as the Appropriations Chairman just pointed out, this isn't just $60 million. It's $60 million every year forever. And earlier, there was some discussion on the rainy day fund. And I'm on appropriations, and so I follow the budget every day. A lot of people don't. So yes, there is a rainy day fund, but we're in the negative every year. And in a few years, we're going to be into that rainy day fund in a big way if we're not careful. If you just run this out 10 years, it's $600 million. And we're incentivizing local municipalities to raise taxes by 3% every year. Does that really make sense when the number one issue is property tax? We're paying them to raise taxes 3% or even 5% when you consider all the exemptions. So I'm going to support this amendment. We don't need to be incentivizing local governments to do the right thing. Thanks.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to rise in opposition to the amendment. The chairman of the committee mentioned three things we've done to local governments and then the $315 million cost. I'm going to mention a couple more that he didn't mention. The LAVTRF, which, this bill has 60 million, but the LAVTRF was, when it was fully funded, was well over 100 million. In addition to that, we quit funding the city-county revenue sharing money. When you put those two together, we're talking about $200 million a year that local governments used to get from the state. They don't get anymore, $200 million a year. So one reason we have a property tax problem in Kansas, and they've gone up, is because of things that, the three things the chairman talked about, and the two things I talked about. When we reduce funding to local governments, it puts a lot more pressure on them to raise local property taxes. The $60 million is a small part of what we haven't been giving them for years. And I'd urge you to keep this in there to help encourage them to keep property taxes down.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Most of you don't know how I grew up and how I got here. So I'm going to take a minute and do that. I'm like a lot of you where the son or daughter works in the family business, be it a farm, a ranch, a small business, where we get up every day and we balance what we spend and what we take in. And if we're fortunate, we make a little bit of money and we put it aside. I think that's what a lot of you do in your individuals, businesses or farms or ranches. That's what I do on a daily basis. A couple of years ago, brought down a crazy amendment, cut the budget 2%. And I did that because I had a chart prepared years ago that shows the profile of what we're doing financially in this state. It's not rocket science. It's that we're spending $500, $600 million more every year than what we're taking in. You know, my small business, like yours, you don't survive very long doing that. And so I carried that amendment and got overwhelming support, but we haven't changed. I applaud this amendment because the state's really 3 or 4 years financially away from a tax increase. You know, you don't think about it, but the next governor, if they look at these figures, they're going to say, my second year, I'm going to have to propose a tax increase, or I'm going to make the hard decision, and that is to dip into the emergency funds, the rainy day fund. Hey, I sweated blood and tears to get that fund. In fact, I even introduced it, I think, before it was popular. And I'm going to have a number of people that'll say, oh, that's just money we can take and use. But as the chairman said, it is money that's supposed to be used in an emergency, a downturn in the economy. And if you don't do that, you're going to move to a tax increase. And that's simply a matter of your deficit spending. $500, $600 million every year. The profile shows, and I think everybody who was handed a profile shows that in a matter of 5 or 6 years, we go from an ending balance of $3.2 billion to negative amount. These profiles, I'll tell you a history, were written for the first time in the 1980s and 1990s. A staffer for legislative research and I put this together. He's now head of Capers. We did that so that the legislature could make good financial decisions. But this shows that we spend $3 billion in 6 years above what we're taking in. That's never happened before in this state, ever. You are going to make this first decision today about this tax bill and about the appropriation bill that's going to tell us, is the state going to lose or use all of its ending balance money, its emergency money, or propose a tax increase when we have had the best of times over the last 4 or 5 years. My concern with the amendment, though, is if it doesn't go for local property tax, is it going to go for more spending? My fear, and I've seen my brothers and sisters in the Appropriation Committee, I'm afraid that it'll get spent rather than get cut. I am smiling at a few people that are laughing. They know exactly who I'm talking about. The hard and fast rule that we should always observe is that if we don't make more money coming into our coffers, then we don't spend more and spend the emergency funds. And that's only going to happen if there's enough people out here that vote this way over the next few hours. So I may be supportive of this, but I'd also raise the question that all of you should have, is it just means we're going to be a little bit more financially secure to spend more money? Or is it going to go toward stabilizing our balance? I didn't mean to speak on this bill, but it kind of got me wound up. And probably on the appropriation, I'll spend a little bit more. But you're going to set the tone for where we're going to be financially. And there is room to have property tax reduction put together with a reasonable spending bill if you send that message back to the leadership here and both the tax committee and the appropriation committee. Thank you for your time.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Christy Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We should not create an SGF obligation that does not reduce or incentivize lower property tax. It will not decrease property tax for our constituents. And they're going to be confused by the passage of 60 million that does not guarantee or incentivize that. Basically, if we maintain the $60 million, we're going to take it from one pocket and put it in the other pocket. It's just a shift. So with that, Mr. Chair, I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Christie Williams to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. With 75 having voted yea and 35 having voted nay, the motion passes. Representative Williams, you still have the floor. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Potter Partial.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm surprised everybody's still awake when we're talking about taxes. But taxes in general are complicating. It's property taxes. Over the last 2 years serving on local school board, I have also seen the impact of revenue neutral. And I honestly have to say that I do love the current law. It's not just that you have to stay at a revenue. You can increase your taxes. You just have to explain the reason why. And most of the time when you actually have to explain it, people listen and they understand. And I think that's something that's extremely important. Having the transparency and accountability to the local elected officials. I also think there is a lot that we need to do when it comes to property taxes. I believe that counties and cities and the state, we can all work together to streamline processes and cut expenses. And personally, I think that needs to be done before we make a huge jump in our current law. I have a few questions, if the carrier is willing to stand for a question.
Certainly.
Thank you. So is my understanding correct that this repeals revenue neutral and replaces it with a property tax limit that increases up to 3%, but not included within that limit are abatements, annexed land, change of use land, and any new construction, among other things?
To first address your question, it does, I guess it depends on how you define repeal. It changes the name of revenue neutral. It strikes that from the law, and it modifies the statute to change from revenue neutral notice to the property tax estimate notice. It still maintains the concept of revenue neutral used. It looked back at the property taxes that were levied last year. It calculates what compared to the total assessed valuation for the current year, and it calculates a mill levy. That was the revenue neutral rate. With this bill, I was really trying to get away from the focus on the mill levy and move more towards dollars amount. So that revenue neutral rate is basically still in there, but it's kind of revenue neutral plus the 3%. And you are correct. There were several exceptions. It's not just a hard 3% from last year's property taxes that were levied. There were adjustment factors for new construction, annexation of property, changes in property classification, expiration of abatements or restrictions due to like TIF districts, RHID, neighborhood revitalization. I'm not a commerce expert, so I'm not sure exactly how all those programs work, but I know there's some property tax incentives there, but continue the bonds, no fund warrants, and temporary notes. Sometimes you'll see communities that need to utilize no fund warrants or temporary notes in emergency situations. We wanted to allow them to go ahead and address the emergency or the disaster in their area, issue those notes, but they would not be subject to this. But those are the exceptions to the 3%.
Okay, and then, so that notice, it clarifies the base budget plus the exemptions, plus the 3%, or are the exemptions not included in that as a percentage?
The notice, according to the way the statute is read, the notice will include not the budget, but the property taxes.
tax.
The prior year's property taxes that were levied, the limit on what the New Year's limit is, and then if they're trying to exceed it, it will determine, you know, your local government or this taxing jurisdiction is attempting to exceed the limit by X amount of dollars or X amount of percent. So it still has the prior year's property tax and levy, the limited property tax and the levy, and then if they're trying to exceed it, the proposed property tax dollars and the levy.
So the proposed property tax dollars and the levy would include any of the exceptions?
Yes.
To that percent?
Yes, it's a dollar amount. It includes all of those.
Okay, so I live just south of Johnson County and part of my district actually touches like Spring Hill, Gardner Edgerton area. And there's a lot of warehouses and other facilities in the intermodal that have received tax abatements over the last several years. And several of them are actually up to be expiring this year and will be going on to the tax rolls this coming year. One specifically I noticed was a $1.2 million fiscal note in its entirety, but for the city of Edgerton, it would be $236,000, which equates to 11% of their current budget, because it's a $2.1 million budget. If they included that and increased taxes by 3%, that notice would say 14% roughly.
If that's what the numbers calculated out to be, yes.
Okay. Let's see. And then can you clarify exactly what the land use change, like if somebody bought 700, 800 acres and it was originally ag and then they changed it to, they could change that to commercial?
Sure, yeah, that would probably happen most often in annexed property. If a city is annexing something that was ag land and they zoned it commercial or residential, that valuation would obviously have a drastic change in what it was prior valued to what the new tax base would be under the new classification.
Okay, and then, yeah, we've got a lot of annexing and change of use in my area. So, and then I guess my other question is that currently this requires, revenue neutral, requires a hearing if they want to go in excess and then they can explain it, but it's mandatory to have the hearing. So if they went up to even just the 11% from that abatement, they'd still have to have the hearing and they'd explain to the voters, we're actually not increasing your taxes. We're just taking in that money that we've been working towards pretty much because we gave the abatement 10 years ago. And this will actually not require any, not even allow the citizens to have any say in that if they didn't necessarily go above the increase.
There is still a required budget hearing, and I think that's in, I can't remember what the statute is, but currently, oh, that's not it. Currently, they're required to have the revenue neutral hearing to exceed the rate, but then they still have to have the hearing to adopt the budget. The public still has the opportunity to come in and protest or complain at the hearing, the budget hearing. And if there isn't action taken during that budget hearing, it just follows the same process that we have right now. They really don't have, if they're not exceeding the limit, they don't have the ability to put a stop to that increase.
Okay, so right now there's 2 points of transparency with the hearing for revenue neutral and the hearing for the budget, and this would remove it down to 1.
Yes.
I think that's it. Thank you. Okay, thank you to the carrier for answering those questions. It really did clarify a few things. Personally, I still think that this moves a lot of the transparency and accountability in revenue neutral. And while I do agree that there might be some changes with our property tax legislation currently, I think what we really need to do first is find a way to work with our cities and our counties and have some teamwork, I guess, in the essence of how can we streamline processes to actually reduce budgets? Because I think that's more important than necessarily increasing the burden on our taxpayers, because in my opinion, this really does take the voice of my constituents away. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Smith, you may close. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith after a brief respite to turn in an amendment. While we're waiting, the chair reminds members, please press your button after you've finished speaking. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Smith. Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I apologize. This amendment just walked in the door, so wanted to, this is another technical cleanup. We heard from the county clerks and PVD on making a correction, so I have an amendment.
The amendment appears very short. The clerk shall read.
I move to amend HB 2745 as amended by House Committee on page 7 in line 30 by striking all before shall and inserting county clerk.
Representative, do you wish to explain the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In section 5 of the bill that talks about calculating, it's page 7 there, line 30. It talks about the county clerk. The original bill said the county clerk shall calculate the property tax limit for each taxing jurisdiction. I didn't catch this, but when we had an amendment on the revenue neutral rate language, it got put in there, the director of property valuation. The county clerk is the one that reports that to the director of property valuation. So it doesn't really make any sense to have the county clerk that has all this information go to the property valuation division and have them certify back to the clerk. That's some redundancy there. It was not my intention to make that change in the original bill. I didn't catch that. So we're just clarifying that the county clerk, they have all this data. They're the ones that will calculate the property tax limit for each of their taxing jurisdictions within their county. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. I think the chairman did a good job explaining it. It's just another place in the bill where we have to take out PVD and put in county clerk, because it's the county clerk that has that information, not PVD.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Adam Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I appreciate your patience and tolerance. We've had a lot of eyes looking at this bill, and there's still people that are finding a few little minor changes that needed correction. So I appreciate your support on this amendment, and I would close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Adam Smith to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Representative Smith, you still have the floor.
No more amendments. Promise.
Representative, I believe that we are going to have to stand at ease for a few moments for 2 more amendments. All right, body, please stand at ease while we await the last 2 amendments, hopefully last 2 amendments. Is there further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I want to begin by thanking the chairman of the tax committee for all of the work that he's put in on this bill. I know he has worked incredibly hard to try to find consensus across the building and something that can achieve that magical number of 21, 63, and 1. We've had a lot of discussion on this bill, both in committee and on the floor today. My community is honestly the poster child for why we have to do something. Seward County, my home county, in 2022, because of concerns about the revenue neutral hearing, decreased their taxes by 0.85%. In 2023, they decreased taxes by 2.66%. In 2024, they increased taxes by 0.23%. In 2025, they decreased taxes by 0.58%.
Please keep the sidebars to a minimum so we can hear the speaker. Thank you. Please continue.
But here's the crux of the problem. I'm a former county commissioner. I think county commissioners do what they think is best for the community. But in 2026, my county commission raised the mill levy, or the amount of taxes that they collected, by 41.5%. The people in my community felt betrayed. They felt like they had no voice. And we can talk all day long about there's consequences at the election box, but there was no consequence for them at that time. They couldn't stop it. They had no recourse. So that's why I'm up here today. I want to give my people at home recourse for when something happens that probably shouldn't happen. And with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend HB 2745 as amended by House Committee on page 3 in line 25 by striking 10% and inserting 5%. In line 26 by striking President of the, in line 27 by striking United States and inserting Secretary of State.
Do you wish to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's incredibly important for me, for us to show the people back home that we did something on property tax this year. I've heard concerns from people about what came out of committee. I'm trying to figure out a way to get this bill forward. So what this amendment does is, as the bill was originally amended in committee, it required a petition by 10% of the voters in the last presidential election. What this does, it changes it back to, I think, an earlier reiteration of this bill with one difference. It lowers it from 10% to 5%. And it also changes the person being elected from the President of the United States to the Secretary of State. The net effect of this is, you know, Kansas is a very diverse place. And I know why we're at 10% on the presidential election. We have some small communities. But we also have some very large communities across the state. You only have 30 days to get enough signatures on this ballot. So the net effect of this in my community, Seward County, excuse me, would decrease it by about 70%. So instead of having to have 457 votes for the protest petition to go into effect, it makes it 145. I know it's not perfect. Kansas is very diverse. One of the reasons this bill is important to me is it's in statute. You know, if we need to tweak this thing going forward, we can tweak it a little bit. But I think this helps it go to the next level. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Estes.
I really appreciate the amendment for Sedgwick County to have hit that threshold. It would have been over 21,000 signatures. I've done a petition drive where I believe my goal was about 3,000, and we had 3 months, and we had a lot of time and effort and a lot of people. And it was a challenge just to hit those 3,000. So I think this is a fair compromise. Thank you for bringing the amendment.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Francis, Representative Sawyer wishes to speak to the amendment just under the wire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. It was putting this bill together, trying to balance out the difference between big cities and small cities. There's a lot of small cities in Kansas. You lower this to 5% of Secretary of State, it's just a handful of people need to sign the petition. You really handcuff small cities being able to do anything if they have projects or anything. It's the vast majority of their community may want the project, but 5 or 6 handful of people could stop it. So I would urge you to oppose the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the amendment. Hello, thank you. Is this about the Secretary of State's piece? Is this the primary or the general?
The general.
Okay, and what was the logic behind choosing Secretary of State?
Representative, please speak into the mic when you're answering the question.
The general.
Thank you. And what was the logic of choosing Secretary of State and not gubernatorial?
Trying to get it down to a number that we thought we could move it forward.
Thank you. Body, I don't support this amendment. I think the threshold is too low. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing Representative Adam Smith wishes to speak the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I consider the carrier of the amendment a very friendly person, I'm not going to elaborate on the friendliness or unfriendliness of this amendment. Similar to the property tax relief fund, I just want to give you a little perspective on why this piece is put in. As I said in my opening comments, we had some people that wanted a 20% threshold. We had some people that wanted a much smaller threshold. Obviously, a lower threshold will be easier to hit, regardless of what your community size is. If it's 20,000 in my county, if you looked at the original bill, it would have been about 70 people to trigger that protest petition or have it be successful. So if you cut that in half, roughly, that's going to be about 35 people that will be able to put a stop to the proposed budget. So it does make the bill more stringent on local governments. Obviously, it will be much easier threshold to hit. There's a lot of discussion in committee. Some petitions have a higher threshold, but they have 3 months to do it. This is a relatively short time frame in 30 days, so maybe that lower level, the 5% level, is more accurate. But also, this protest petition does something that no other protest petition does. Usually protest petitions trigger an election. So as a result of a successful petition, it now goes on the ballot for everybody to vote for. One of the concerns about having too small of a threshold is the fact that this petition does actually take action. It puts a stop to the protest or to the budget increase. So again, I'll leave this up to the body. Like I said earlier, we tried to thread the needle on this and hit some compromise ground. So I'll leave it up to you and vote your district on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Zhu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment, but I do appreciate the bringer of the amendment finally recognizing that the super minority can overturn the will of a governmental body. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Francis, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, Kansas is a very diverse place. It's much harder to get a petition together if you're trying to get 7,000 or 20,000 people together, and it's much easier if it's a smaller number. With that, and I close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Francis to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. With 68 voting in favor and 36 opposed, the motion passes. Representative Francis, you still have the floor. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I should have clarified earlier, there was no more amendments from me coming, so I won't ever say that again. Body, I won't belabor the point. I appreciate your discussion, and I really appreciate the work of the tax committee. But even after that, I know the tax committee puts a lot of time into this, but that doesn't mean we've always got a perfect bill. So I appreciate everybody digging into it, offering, this is the committee of the whole. This is where we do some really good work sometimes. So I appreciate everybody digging into all the nuances of this bill. It has a lot of moving parts. I appreciate the amendments that were brought. And like I said, I agree, especially with the fiscal impact. I was a little disappointed because I think that provision kind of showed some willingness on the legislature's part to share in the accountability for property taxes at local government. For everybody that voted for that amendment, I look forward to seeing your vote against further measures that, whether it's expansion of income tax credits or sales tax exemptions or things like that have a fiscal note. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will move that when the body rises and reports, that it reports House Bill 2745 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Adam Smith to report House Bill 2745 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do. Division has been called. You seeing 15 hands, this is a roll call vote. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, with 87 voting in favor and 22 against, the motion passes. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion by the majority leader to rise and report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that House Bill 2745 be passed as amended.
The speaker recognizes Representative Proctor to wait to adopt the the committee of the whole report. Gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committee, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunication recommends SB 348 as amended and be placed on the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 379 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Blake Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just received from the revisers today the updated language for the Freedom from Taxes Fund. I'm more than happy to share that with anybody in the body that would like to review that language prior to its introduction. I'm also seeking co-sponsors as well. So if you like what you see, love to have you as a co-sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have our prayer breakfast. We've got a message that's coming from Reverend Rick Suter. He's a retired pastor of the Grantville United Methodist Church. So 7 o'clock, have a great message for you. And we should be done by 7:30 so you can attend other things. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Beeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Social Services Budget Committee, just a reminder, we are meeting today at 3:30. We've got a presentation. It's called Stay Your Way, Continuing Care at Home. So 3:30, same time, same place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural Caucus will have a short meeting today, 281 North, as soon as we adjourn or a recess here. Thank you very much.
Speaker recognizes Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, Child Welfare Committee is meeting today at 1:30. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Representative Stocksdale, do you have anything? Nope. Okay. Representative Estes?
No education today or tomorrow.
Seeing no further announcements, the speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 5:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. The House will be in order. Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Speaker appoints Representative Christy Williams to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, good afternoon. The first item of business and the only item of business is House Bill 2434. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2434, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 2434, or the House substitute for House Bill 2434, is our budget bill. This is obviously the second year that the legislature has crafted our own particular budget. If we go back to a few months ago when we had the special committee on budget, the agencies actually came in their budget requests for 26 and 27 of approximately an increase of $550 million in enhancements. We actually had a motion when we were in the special committee on budget that would remove all enhancements, increase in FTEs, and pay increases. So this is what we did in House Appropriations. We have a $215 million reduction than what was approved in the 2025 legislative session, and that's for fiscal year 2026. The approved budget that we passed last session in 2025 was a little over $11.1 billion. With the adjustments that were made in the Appropriations Committee, that adjusted amount is now $10.9 billion, a $215 million decrease. And then the budget that we proposed for 2027 is $10.8 billion. And that was a $100 million decrease from what we have adjusted the 2026 fiscal year budget to. So what are some of the adjustments that were made in fiscal year 2026? We had $270 million in lapsed reappropriations. We did fund the contract nursing at two of our state mental hospitals of Larned and Osawatomie. Larned, the contract was $32.2 million. In Osawatomie, it was $7 million. We had the reappropriation of $34 million for the maintenance, repair, and overhaul. Actually, a contract is signed on that, so that $34 million was appropriated out to the Department of Commerce to administer that contract for the MRO project. Then for fiscal year 2027, and you'll see by having the legislature craft our budget, our documents that were laid on your desk yesterday look a little bit different than what they have in the past. So I'm just doing over the highlights. I think the research department has done a very good job of streamlining some of the items and the changes that we made in the Appropriations Committee. So in 2027, the bulk of the increase in spending was $75.3 million, $20 million state general fund for the children health insurance program, $41.3 million, $16.1 million state general fund for the home and community-based services, $32.2 million. This is going to be the operational costs. Now, these costs are probably going to increase once the South Central Regional Mental Hospital opens in 2027. So this is going to be a reoccurring item every single year because we have created and constructed a new mental health hospital, and that was $32.2 million for the operations of the South Central Regional Mental Hospital. 12.1 million state general fund. This is to maintain the SNAP program. There were changes made at the federal level when the One Big Beautiful Bill was passed, which changed the match rate between the federal government and the state. It used to be a 50-50 match rate. Now it's a 25 federal, 75% state. So we have an increase in regards to the match rate, and that's where the 12.1 million is coming for SNAP. And that's just maintaining. That's not an increase. That's just maintaining the services that we provide now. As far as education, we have $28.7 million for our technical schools and community colleges. We have $10 million in for special education. And then for statewide adjustments, we have the 1.5% lapse with language that it does not apply to specific items that are mentioned in House Bill 2434. And then we have a change, and I'm going to elaborate on this a little bit because it did affect the profile that was brought up when we had the discussion to the tax bill earlier this morning and afternoon. So we made changes to the way interest is compounded on the budget stabilization fund. The way it reads is that if we have a 20% balance of our receipts, 20% of our receipts and the balance of the budget stabilization fund, then the interest that is generated for that year is deposited in the state general fund, and it does not compound. As mentioned before, when we had the debate on the tax bill, we have over a $2 billion balance in our budget stabilization fund. We think we are very healthy. Actually, in some of the national meetings that I've gone to, Kansas is actually positioned very well if we would happen to have a downturn in the economy and have to use that budget stabilization fund. But the interest is going to be deposited into the state general fund. Now, the issue with that in the profile is that they only did that for 1 year. The intent of the Appropriations Committee was that supposed to carry on every year, every year, every year. So I know it was referenced that in 2030, we're in the red, but had the appropriate, intent of the Appropriations Committee been in there, then 2030 would actually be in the black, even with all the adjustments and the automatic increases that we see year after year that we don't have any control over in regards to the Gannon decision for K through 12 education. Those are the stark increases that you see year over year. That's the CPU, and that's the Gannon decision that was made that we complied with the Supreme Court in regards to K through 12 education. But I did just want to explain that in regards to the profile, had that been reflective what the intent of the Appropriations Committee was, we will be in the black in 2030 according to that 5-year profile that you have on your desk. Some other items that we had was $5 million for nuclear research for K-State. We actually had requests from the 3 large universities, KU, K-State, and Wichita State, but K-State is the only one that currently has the infrastructure. So we just allotted $5 million for K-State only. $5 million for the KU Medical Center for Alzheimer's research. And then with all the adjustments that we made with the Economic Development Initiatives Fund, with those adjustments, we have a $2.5 million ending balance in EDIF. And so with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Oh, hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to the Chair of Appropriations for doing such an outstanding job of presenting the budget. I will tell you, we spent many hours in the Appropriations Committee reviewing budgets over and over again in order to arrive at this particular budget. I also would like to just mention with Social Services Budget Committee, we heard almost 100 oral presentations and their testimonies and their requests, and we received as many written requests as well. It was a difficult decision for us because actually we could have really funded 3 times the number that we actually funded, but we don't have that kind of money. We were very selective in what we chose. We tried to be as diverse and geographically located as possible. And it was a hard choice because all of us had our own choices of who we would like, but we had to compromise. So I say that because even though we have a large budget and we have so many health needs around the state, we tried to stay within a budget that we could live with. At this point, I do have a question for the chair.
Yes.
There is currently no money in the budget to fund a state employee pay plan for executive branch employees. There is a placeholder that provides the conference committee the ability to engage in discussing the possible appropriations of monies. And you mentioned that in our committee as well. Would you elaborate?
Yes, I can elaborate. That's loud. So when we were in committee, obviously we were wrapping up the budget bill and the budgeting process. And there was an acknowledgement made by me that we did not have a pay plan. Now, the intent is that possibly, as you and I have discussed, we might have a trailer bill that would include a pay plan. It was just that, due to the timing of all the budget report outs, our calendar and appropriations, I mean, there was many times that we had so many budgets that were reporting out, it carried over to day after day after day, 5 days a week. We just weren't able to craft a pay plan. I think everybody knows this about me in the last few years, especially with my management background in private and corporate finance. I am not a fan of across-the-board pay increases. And one thing that we've been trying to do the last couple of years is looking at those employees that are severely under market. In fact, we had a market study that was done just last year, trying to address those employees that are not at market and how can we bring them up to market. And so that's going to be our main focus in regards to a pay plan. And then seeing if we can actually do some type of increase for those employees that are above market as well. There is a placeholder in case that we would happen to have a pay plan, or the Senate would have a pay plan, which I knew they do not currently in their budget. But if we would craft one, then we have the language in there that we can have the discussion in conference.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I will elaborate a little bit more on some of our funding, but I was checking off the ones that the chair was talking about as well. This budget meets many needs of Kansans. And I look at it in terms of how do we make a difference? You heard the ones that the chair mentioned as well. I will add a few more. We added 25 million, including 10 million, to accommodate the number of individuals that are on the HCBS frail elderly waiver. They were in danger of having a waiting list. We also added 17.3 million, 6.9 million in SGF to accommodate the number of individuals served on HCBS brain injury waivers. We also added 6 million in SGF to increase the Medicaid dental rates. We added 5 million in state general fund to fund individuals who are included in the uninsured non-medical eligible federal block grant population. We know how important our community mental health centers are around the state, and we added 4 million in SGF for one-time grants to community mental health centers as well, 9 million including 3.6 SGF to fund services for the HCBS community support waiver. And when I look at some of the other things that we look at that are very important, not that those other issues that people really wanted were not, but we added 5.5 million to continue funding the Blueprint for Literacy program. And we also added, and the chairman did miss this mention, and I will mention again, the 5 million in SGF for the Alzheimer's research at the KU Medical Center. I mentioned that particularly because this is a cutting edge program that we are funding. They have found some new discoveries in Alzheimer's that not only we can treat them individually, but you can go around the state and talk with doctors about it. So if they're doing family care and all, they have some of that knowledge as well. And the last one I'll mention is the 3 million we paid for nutrition services, and that's Meals on Wheels. They had a waiting list of 3,100, and that's a population cannot have a waiting list. Not only do they get their food, but it's a daily visit by the people checking on them, seeing if they're okay. They may not have visitors at all that day, but they look forward to that volunteer coming. We had a program before, and I hope that they're still around the state, that restaurants in the rural areas can provide the meals or they can deliver the meals to them as well. So when I said we went with some of our programs to make sure that we were covering the state, it was a very difficult task for not only social service budget, but appropriations to do as well. Now I'm going to talk about some areas that I think we really could have done better. And part of that is we could have done better with special education K through 12. You know, it was funded 10 million, but schools need more funding to meet the federal mandate. Many school districts are using their operational budgets. I'll use my own Lawrence, Kansas as an example. We paid 14 million out of our operational expenses to meet that federal mandate. We don't have a choice. And I know other districts had to use their money for special ed. In the governor's budget, there was $50.6 million in it. We chose only to do 10 million. And I think that's something we could actually do better, because special education is not only those with disabilities, but also part of our gifted program, which challenges our students as well. The next one I'll talk about is to eliminate the copay for reduced price lunch. It would help over 34,000 Kansas students. And you would say the parents could make up the difference. There's some parents do not have the money to make the difference. And I think we have to think of that. People may have complaints about the free and reduced lunch, but it does not address the fact that children are hungry. Children are trying to study and they're hungry. They're concentrating more on their stomach than they are on their brain or the knowledge or what the teacher is telling them. They should not go hungry. That's an area we could do better. And the governor did fund it with 2.5 million. Now I have something that I have to tell you in many ways is bothering me in addition to our budget. Within our higher education program, we have the DEI CRT. For those of you who do not know what that is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's critical race theory. When I read in part of the budget that was presented, that DEI, CRT, and state university course certifications, we're going to delete 2 million pending certification, and that they write a description, and the money will be held in the State Finance Council. And I'm supposing that once you read it, if you agree with it, you will release the money. But when I'm looking at it in terms of who's going to make that decision, this action is holding universities hostage. It does not belong in this budget. I am saddened that some feel that there is no need to know about other races, their history, their contributions to the United States, their hardships, or any of the suffering that they may have had to endure. It is history, and history is not always pretty. I would be remiss if I did not mention this proviso in the budget. I find it offensive. I stand before you, a proud woman of color. I am proud of my heritage, and I enjoy learning about different races and other cultures, and I have always been fascinated with their stories. I believe the more we learn about each other, the more we appreciate each other. University degrees prepare students for the workplace, and in today's world, prepares them for a diverse workforce. Diversity, equity, and inclusion can actually enhance this learning process. As I said, I would be remiss if I did not mention that. I'll return to the budget and say we worked hard on this budget. And when we were slashing budgets and trying to stay within a budget, a 200 million one, it was hard to fund all the things that we need around the state. And it's almost impossible to meet all the needs. But we do try to make a difference because people around the state depend on us to help them, to make life a little better for them. And for people who don't have the means, they depend on us to feed their children, to care about the problems they have. We represent them. We ask them to vote for us. We want to make a difference. This is almost an impossible budget in many ways, because if you cut too much, the people aren't getting what they need. And if we overspend, then eventually we're going to run out of money. There are things in this budget that I really like that we're doing for people. And for that reason, I will vote for this budget. But there are things we can do better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Representative, the amendment is long. Go ahead and explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would add to the budget $2.5 million to provide for students currently eligible for reduced lunch who are paying 30 cents for breakfast and 40 cents for lunch. And this amendment would have the Board of Education be able to pay the co-pays for those families to give them breakfast and lunch at school. The amendment also lapses $2.5 million that was left over from state employee pay increase from last year. Originally, there was $40 million, and the State Finance Council certified 36.2 $2 million. So that currently has not been lapsed. So in order to pay for the $2.5 million to feed kids breakfast and lunch at school, we would lapse $2.5 million of those unspent funds.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? If there is no objection, Representative Hoy, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason that I'm bringing this amendment is because I think in this legislature, we have found it's very, very difficult to find meaningful financial relief for families. Those who receive reduced lunch, who qualify for it, are between 130% and 185% of the federal poverty level. So for a family of four, that family would have an income about $60,000. And when you think about 70 cents a day, multiply that times 186 days of school, this could save families up to $130.20 per child. So when you think of it in terms of back to school, that's a new pair of shoes, a new backpack, an unexpected visit to the doctor. This is not a lot, but it is meaningful. And then kids go to school, they have a healthy breakfast and a healthy lunch provided to them. And the reason I make a big point about it being healthy is because something I know we all agree on, and one thing that we're talking about at the federal level that's a good thing, is eating real food, eating healthy food. And I believe those improvements are still on their way. And this would help, as the previous speaker said, nearly 34,000 children in our state. So with that, I would stand for questions on the amendment to feed kids breakfast and lunch at school.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Representative, I have questions. And sorry, I was reading through the amendment, and how much did you say is remaining in that account for the State Finance Council for the state employee pay increase?
$3.8 million.
Okay, and I believe this was brought by the previous representative, but we did have a pretty lengthy discussion in appropriations in regards to this. Could you share with the chamber the dialogue of that discussion?
Yes. This amendment was offered in committee by another member, and there was a lot of discussion about affordability and ways that we can provide school children meals at school. I don't know, did you want me to also say the opposition, or do you want to offer that?
No, I'm gonna have you do that.
All right.
Well, I guess I'll say I kind of spoke in opposition of this because we're adding money into a program that it's well-intentioned. I'm not saying that it's not well-intentioned. I do not. In fact, a couple years ago, I put money in to make sure that those children that go home have something to eat over the weekend. Because I mean, I've heard stories from teachers where, you know, you have a half a day of school and the child runs up to the teacher and says, well, we're still getting lunch today, aren't we? And the teacher's like, no, you're not. And she goes, well, that doesn't mean I won't eat until Monday when I come back to school. It's a problem that's going on. It's been going on for many years, but I've also seen abuses of it too. And that's what concerns me about putting more money into a program where I mean, my son is in the first grade right now, and I will say a lot of our lunch food is not the same lunch food that I had when I was in school. It's processed food. It's more unhealthy food than what I had that was actually made in the kitchen in school. But that's another subject. But I have seen abuses of this program, and that was one thing that I had mentioned in committee, is until we address the underlying issues. I'm not saying everybody is violating the parameters of this program, but until we address the issues of it, I don't think we should be putting more money into a program until we address those issues.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, body. Thank you for entertaining this amendment. I think it's a really incredible idea. We've been trying to find ways to make sure that our school children can be adequately fed and that their families can get some relief. I know that for many in this body, that 70 cents a meal may not seem like a lot. But for those of us who have children and have been low income or lower income or even median income, really this goes up to about $65,000 a year. I think I heard the representative say it really does make a huge difference. We've got children across the state who are struggling to stay fed and stay full in school. We've been cutting benefits for SNAP for their families for years now. And this is one really good way to make sure that our children across the state still, oh, sorry, still, still have the opportunity to receive the nutrition that they need. I know that the previous representative noted that the food that is now offered in schools is no longer the same as that when he was a school-age student, and I understand that, but that's not what this bill is addressing, or this amendment is addressing. Bottom line is we need to make sure that we do everything we can to help struggling Kansas families. And this is just one really great way to do it. So please, I urge you to support this amendment if you would like to make sure that our school kids are being fed every day. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to stand in support of this amendment. I do appreciate the empathy that the carrier of the bill has for kids that don't eat on the weekend and for his efforts to try to make sure they're fed. $2.5 million is 0.009% of our $27.8 billion budget. So 0.009% of our budget would feed 34,000 children, would provide relief to their family, direct relief to those who need help. And I think back to when my husband was in med school, and I was running late one day, and I thought, oh, I'll just pick the kids up from childcare and we'll stop at McDonald's. And I realized I couldn't afford to stop at McDonald's to feed my kids. And I'm sure that we qualified for reduced price lunch, probably free lunch, but I was too proud to apply for that. And I think if we could help a parent who felt too proud to apply, too proud to maybe admit to their kids we couldn't go to McDonald's, I think that would be a good thing for our constituents and for families across the state.
The chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And folks, I've been instructed to keep it brief, so I will. I just want to let you know that I worked 2 years at a school and here in Topeka, Jardine Elementary, in which as a substitute teacher. And if you ever had the opportunity to work as a substitute teacher, I highly encourage it because I thought I was a really great college professor, a really great teacher, and then I taught second grade and they ate me alive. And so a whole different perspective. The reduced lunch, free and reduced lunch at Jardine is 76.9%. That's well above the 54% average. I've seen firsthand what it looks like when a student can't study because they have not ate in a year, or not a year, in a day and a half. That would be a long time. I just also want to state that if no one's going to protect the students, who will? And in the 1930s, a little bit of history, they implemented swimming pools in schools. Topeka High down the road had this massive swimming pool inside when it was built, and it was really nasty. If you ever, it was nasty, but they put it in because children weren't bathing. They weren't getting the personal hygiene. So they implement a fun activity of swimming so they can also get clean. This is the duty that we have to step in to help parents, and I fully support this. I've seen the benefits, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to mention that Legislative Post Audit did an audit on the free lunch program in the state of Kansas. And their estimates are that 54% to 72% of all Kansas students who qualify for free lunches are likely ineligible for free lunches. This program has a tremendous amount of errors in it. The numbers you're hearing aren't real. And so take that into consideration when you make this vote. And I'm going to tell you a really quick story I can talk about now. I haven't been able to talk about. I have a sister that taught in Kansas City, Kansas School District. Every year, and she doesn't work there anymore because she got tired of this stuff. Every year, her first 2 weeks consisted of calling every student that they could reach and having them fill out this free lunch program and instructing them how to fill it out so they could get free lunches. And so these numbers are bupkis. Thank you.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Hoy, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to clarify, this is the reduced lunch. So these are currently people who do qualify based on income. So once again, if I mentioned a family of 4, let's say a household of 2, that income level would be just under $30,000 a year. So think of that, a mom and her kindergartner, sending their child off to school knowing breakfast and lunch is covered for the year and they're not going to get any low balance notices. This is very specific and not quite the same thing about error rates, and that's some other just a totally different thing. So $2.5 million pays breakfast and lunch 30 cents 40 cents for people who currently qualify for reduced lunch, and it basically moves them into the free lunch program. So I would ask before you cast your vote on this, do you believe that there are Kansans who are struggling to make ends meet financially right now? Because if so, this can help individuals with children in school, saving them a decent amount per child to help them with some other household expenditures, perhaps school-related, medical-related. It's true immediate relief. Of course, we always wish we could do more, but this is something that really impacts students starting in the next school year, and that we could do in a bipartisan manner to send dollars that impact families right then and there. So with that, I would ask your support, and I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoy to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. Division has been called.
And roll call.
Roll call has been seen 10 hands. Roll call is in order. Clerk will open the roll. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? With 72, Representative Van Houten is aye. Any other members? 72. 44 having voted in favor and 71 against the motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. Representative Hoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there are days that I wonder, why do I do this job? Why do I keep running? And having the opportunity to offer an amendment like that is why I show up to work, because I do appreciate you all listening, and for those who supported it, thank you. That's why we're here, to show up and do our best for the people that we represent. And that's what I tried to do here. And I'm very disappointed that we have denied this, what I think is a small amount compared to other amounts that it would take to provide financial relief to families. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you up there tonight. Buddy, I've been advised to speak into the microphone. Is this a good tone for everybody? Okay. I've also been advised to slow down, but I promise I won't take too much of your time. It was mentioned earlier, that a school district was putting their own money in to the tune of, I think, over $10 million. And I'll start just by saying, thanks to the sheet on our desk, I can see right in front of me, the school district I represent is contributing $11.5354 million. And that brings us to our conversation topic of SPED funding. And I'll try to run through these quick and understandable. Kansas statute requires the state to fund 92% of special education excess costs. State statute says that appropriation of all funds needed for public schools, including special education, and I quote, shall be given first priority in the legislative budgeting process. This is according to KSA 725192. Special education is not discretionary spending. It is mandatory under state and federal law. Districts are transferring an average of $1,000 per student from their operating funds and local property tax dollars to backfill the shortfall, higher in some school districts than others. So as we've all heard that we're constitutionally funding schools and we're meeting our Gannon obligations, that's hard to say when you're clawing back $1,000 or $1,400 of that $5,400 per student that is there. In FY 25, $305 million of local property taxes collected by school districts was used to pay for special education because the legislature has not fully funded these services. We had a long debate about property tax earlier today. If we want to see real property tax relief, this is where it's at, folks. You fully fund SPED, and this gives freedom to lower property taxes to our school districts. According to KLRD, there was $160 million statewide special education shortfall in FY 25. In 25, Kansas funded approximately 72.7% of special education excess cost, leaving districts to backfill the rest by cutting general education. There are 92,000 students that qualify for special education services. Those include the gifted and the ones that qualify for IDEA. Currently, our percentage cost is at 67.2%. With the additional $10 million that's built into this budget bill that we're debating here this evening, that special education reimbursement percentage is projected to drop to 65.7%. There are alternatives. The state board's request that we heard in K-12 budget was to get to 80% based upon an estimate for FY 27. This would take an additional $145 million additional SGF to get us to the 80%. That was offered in K-12 committee and was declined. The The governor's budget request was for 50.6, which is estimated to cover 70% in FY '27. Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears to be long. Representative, would you like to explain?
Certainly, Madam Chair. This amendment would add $40.6 million, 40.6. Let me stop and not do legislative math and read you the numbers. $40,610,557 is transferred from unspent ARPA funds or SGF in the event that they are not available to bring us up to the governor's budget recommendation to cover 70% of excess cost. With that, I can stand for questions.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is no objection. You may continue, or we are open to taking. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, there's probably nobody other than me. I mean, I want to see ARPA gone because I want to see this pot of money that we received due to the pandemic eliminated. And by the end of this year, we have to have those funds allocated. Some of the funds that are sitting in the ARPA recovery fund are dedicated funds. We have funds that are already dedicated on certain line items. So it's very difficult to try to identify where $40 million is going to come from of those open lines that we have already dedicated, that either this body or when we had the Spark Committee process and the Executive Committee process or State Finance Council, however we decided to allocate the ARPA dollars, we have specific line items that are still open that still may need to be funded. I'm not saying that there's probably not some money available. I mean, I could look at some of those line items and say, well, that's just probably something that we could probably do away with. But if we're having an amendment that just blanketly comes up and says we want to spend $40 million on special education out of the ARPA recovery fund, I would just say, just vote down this amendment.
Speaking to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to get the attention of all of those representatives from Johnson County. I want you to know that this past, well, from fiscal years 24 and 25, the cost for special education in Johnson County increased 11%. And to put that into some numbers for you, between 2024 and 2025, Johnson County schools spent $27 million more than the previous year. Now, I am not planning to go back home happy with $10 million. In fact, in committee, I made an amendment to fund it at 92%, which is $225 million. And of course, that was voted down immediately. But that is the commitment we made when we put that in statute. And some will say, this is all subject to appropriation. You know who the appropriators are? Us. We are the appropriators. Now, I did not bring this amendment, but I do support it. And if I'd brought an amendment, it would have been for $225 million. So you're welcome. But at the end of the day, Johnson County friends, in particular, if we come home with just $5 million like the Senate wants, or $10 million like this base budget is, I don't know how you're going to get reelected doing that. I'm just going to tell you up front. Our districts are going to end up going out of business if we do not stop the bleeding. So I support this amendment and more, and I hope you would too.
The chair recognizes Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, body. I think the danger in the ARPA money for me is the maintenance of effort. In 2025, we put in 2.5 million. We actually put in 75 million that year, but 2.5 of it was from ARPA and it did not go to maintenance of effort. So then that next year, that did not carry over. All of you know, I care about SPED funding, but I like it to be something steady that the districts can count on. This would actually go in the opposite direction of that. It would be one-time funds. We did it one time with that 2.5. I will say over the last 4 years, with the 10 million that we have in the budget this year, that is subject to maintenance of effort, it will stay there. It can be counted on. It would bring us to 621 million for special education. But over the last 4 years, we've put in 98 million new dollars into special education. In some ways, is that not enough? There can be an argument for that. But there's also an argument that the state of Kansas is doing more than its share of the 92%. The locals are doing more than their share of the 92%. But the federal government and our governor even stood here and said the same thing in this very location and said the federal government is not doing their part. With that, I would oppose this amendment because it's not going to help our maintenance of effort. And thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I applaud the work that the Appropriations Committee has done this year. They've done really good work. There's good things in this budget and there's bad things in this budget. And I hate to be a single issue voter, but out of the billions and billions of dollars that we're talking about here for the budget, but when it comes to special education funding and when it comes to my district, that's generally where I have to be. I represent the Blue Valley School District, and we're lacking funding of about $17 million in special education funding. Across Johnson County, which I also represent, we're lacking about $60 million. So when we talk about $10 million for funding for special education, Blue Valley and Johnson County are going in the hole every single month, week to week. They're going in the hole, and it is going to have significant long-term ramifications. This is not only going to be a problem, it is a problem. And I see just in how they have to budget allocate, what the long-term ramifications are and what the short-term issues are within our district and how this is going to affect school kids. And look, you don't have to be a supporter of public education. You don't have to be a supporter of special education. I happen to be, but regardless of your viewpoint of education funding and public education and special education, it is wholly irrelevant to this conversation. It's the law. It's state law. It's federal law. And worst of all, the schools are following the law because it's the law. They are following it, and they are being punished for following the law because we aren't upholding our end of the bargain. It's costing us hundreds of millions of dollars to school districts because we are not following the law and we are not upholding our end of the bargain. I applaud this amendment and I applaud the bringer of this amendment. It doesn't, even this that we might shoot down does not go far enough. Thank you.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Owsley, you may close.
Okay, so Madam Chair, thank you. And if I understood the opposition to this amendment correctly, I was to understand that we weren't comfortable spending the ARPA unspent dollars. to which I'd bring your attention to a couple provisos that are also in this budget. There is a total of 28.4 million of ARPA monies in this budget. 12.5 to moderate income housing. We got 3.5 for Inclusions Connection. We got 5 million to the KSU dairy, 2 million to BVLOS, unmanned aircraft. We got 5 million for KSICS at KDOT. We got 240,000 for the state fair. I say if it was good enough for the provisos and appropriations committee, it is certainly good enough for our work here. And I'll remind you, there's 92,000 students that qualify for this funding. 475,000 students in the district that are impacted by our lack of funding. The maintenance of effort debate has been brought up before, and it's typically that we can't afford the maintenance of effort. So now with these ARPA funds not being subject to maintenance of effort, they're stating that we can't do this because we can't do it again next year. I'm going to say that we can do this again next year, and I'm going to say it's the right thing to do this year. And we also have a proviso in this budget that's worth 86 million SGF from the Budget Stabilization Fund interest. We know that's money coming to our budget or our coffers next year. So we can maintain this effort. We are the appropriators. We go back to the statute, and it says shall provide for first. Folks, I encourage you to support this amendment, do the right thing. Madam Chair, I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Owsley to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk, please open the roll. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? "48 having voted in favor and 69 against the motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. Representative Owsley, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thought that might be too high a step with such short notice, so I have a separate amendment.
The amendment appears long. Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
I would if I can find the right notes. So, Madam Chair, what I didn't say earlier is that to maintain the estimated 67.2% of special education reimbursement costs, it's projected that $24.6 million would be needed for next year. And I would call this a hold harmless amendment, as it would keep the districts operating under the same percentage that they're operating at today. However, the harm is done. We're living through it right now. Our students are living through it right now. So this is a no new harm amendment to keep our percentage level until we can get things figured out here at the state level. And this would add $14.6 million to this budget also out of ARPA unspent funds. And I'll stand for questions.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is no objection. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we have all had the opportunity to talk about special ed funding for the last 6 weeks and beyond, or earlier than that. You know, one of the things that we have is we look at writing a budget, and the one thing is it's the priorities of this body. And this amendment is part of those priorities. We've all had the opportunities to visit with our superintendents back home, our school board members, and we need to know how important this is. I think this is our opportunity to step up and be counted. To step up and be counted for financing that has to happen. This keeps us level to where we were in this year. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you will find it within inside yourselves to stand up and vote for this amendment. This amendment makes great sense. This is something that we need to be doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are going to be the same as the previous amendment, with the exception of something that was made, or a comment that was made in regards to some of the items that's in the budget that is using ARPA funds, and that is, aside from these amendments, it does not have the language that a lot of those items have in the budget, where it says, if it is not available, then it'll be funded by state general fund. This amendment doesn't provide for that. So there's a difference between the items that was referenced to before in the budget of trying to see if we do have ARPA. If not, then the state general fund will pay for it. Whereas this is just coming out of ARPA, where we already have dedicated dollars. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this item was coming up, when I saw it was coming up this morning, and we discussed it in a calendar, I decided to check in with the superintendent of the largest school district in my legislative district, which is the one that encompasses Emporia. And the superintendent there wrote back that they are seeing significant increases in SPED funding for the district. And as an example, he said that right now, from last year, they had to backfill $4.5 million into SPED funding. This year, they're having to backfill $5.4 million. I would suspect that this is not an uncommon incident across the state, as the needs and the expenses associated with special education continue to increase. So I support this additional 14.6 million to keep us level, as one of the previous speakers spoke to. And I know, you know, if the ARPA money is available, that it's one-time money. It doesn't engage the maintenance of effort. But I would rather keep it level, even if it was for a year. I know we've got a new school funding formula coming up, but at some point we've got to start making progress toward that 92%. We can't eat that elephant all at one time, but I think we can in smaller bites. And I think just keeping us level, I'd rather start from a position that's closer to the finish line than one where we've retreated farther back. So again, I would support this amendment, and thank you, Madam Chair.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Owsley, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate our chairman's attention to detail and noticing that this does not have the SGF backstop. So I would say, what do we have to lose? If the ARPA funds aren't there, they're not there. And if we're worried about it, and this is something we really want to do, we could encourage our conference team when they go to the Senate to put that SGF backstop in there. If we adopt this today, this is our position. It was just mentioned that sped costs are increasing. IEP numbers are increasing. However, weightings are decreasing, enrollment is decreasing. There would have been $100+ million reappropriated to KSDE's budget this year had the global motion not been made to lapse all reappropriation dollars. That 110 at KSDE could have been applied directly to this. The proviso I spoke of earlier that's going to offer 86 million to SGF next year, which is free money. This is interest. That could have been redirected right to special education this year. I'm trying to work with y'all. I hope you'll try to work with me. I think this is the least we can do. And I'm going to remind you, 475,000 reasons out there. KSDE, the state board, nearly all 285 Kansas school districts requested last year that this legislature fully fund special education services. This is a request that has been repeated year after year. With hundreds of emails, I think over 24 of them today from my district in support of this. And then in closing, I just want to read a section from the revisor memo on legislative history of statewide excess cost. In 2003, the Montoy District Court held the state school finance system unconstitutional. This is 2003. On the issue of special education funding, the district court found that the state, quote, further diminishes the availability, unquote, of general education funds because the legislature only reimburses 85% of statewide excess cost, which causes districts to transfer at least 15% of their general fund dollars to provide for special education. In Montoy 2, the Kansas Supreme Court held that the district court's findings were supported by substantial, competent evidence and upheld the district court's rulings. Guys, not only is this the right thing to do, but it's legally required. We can spend the money here today. We can figure it out tomorrow. We can move into that 92%, or we can spend it on court costs. Madam, I move my amendment. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Owsley to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Noes appear to have it. Then a division has been called for. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? 52 having voted in favor and 64 against the motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. We are back on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment is long. Representative, would you like to explain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my amendment or budget proviso is for the fiscal year 27. budget year. It requires legislators to notify the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission, formerly the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission, if you've entered into a non-disclosure agreement involving any contract executed by a state agency during fiscal year 27, including but not limited to a star bond project or other economic development projects. It would require the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission to post on their website. If you've entered into a non-disclosure agreement, the length of such agreement, it would require that commission to send a written notice by mail and email to the Kansas Press Association. And it would also employ a civil penalty for failure to comply. And I will note that the failure to comply is based off of a similar statute that deals with a failure to file a statement of substantial interest. It's actually pretty small in number, $10 a day for every day. You're not in compliance, not to exceed, I think, $300. Madam Chair, I'll stand for any
Is
questions.
there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is no objection. Would you like to continue, Representative?
Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Waymaster.
Mr. Carrier, I have a question. So if they sign a non-disclosure agreement, is that, you have that for any economic development project? You have Star Bond project or any, or other economic development project?
It would be for any non-disclosure agreement, including but not limited to a star bond project. It could be economic development, but any non-disclosure agreement involving any contract executed by a state agency during fiscal year 2027.
All right, thank you. I mean, I guess I understand in theory why the carrier of the amendment brought this forward. However, if you are asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, there's a reason why. And that's because there are things that maybe that individual would know about. I mean, obviously, I believe this amendment just basically says that the, what is it now? The Kansas Public Disclosure Commission, you just disclosed to them that you had signed an NDA, but there's particular reasons why you do sign NDAs. And there's, I mean, let's look back, you know, when Panasonic was coming into the state of Kansas. I don't know how many members in here actually signed an NDA. And I think this is just, I think it's just extra policy that we do not need in the budget bill. So I would just ask you to vote down this amendment, because there is a purpose and a reason why some individuals would need to sign an NDA, whether it's a Star Bonds project or any other economic development project that's issued by a contract with a state agency. So I would ask you to oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this as a legislator who has in the past signed NDAs that are now expired. I think it brings more trust between the legislature and the public. I think one of the issues that we have with a lot of these eco-devo projects is that by their nature, trade secrets and these sorts of things do need to be secret, but the public does not expect that out of legislators. This isn't telling us to say what is in the NDA, just saying that people would know if we had or hadn't signed it. You can still keep a secret, you can still do the right thing while instilling trust in the public. Although a Democrat speaking in, in support of this amendment likely dooms it, but, for my own edification, I do want to say I support it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for the carrier of the amendment, if he's available. Just give you couple of examples. I serve on the House Utilities Committee, and sometimes in the performance of my job there, I need to look at things called root cause analysis as to why a particular piece of technology failed. Similarly, I'm on the State 911 Board, and sometimes there, I try to avoid it, but we end up doing RFPs, and we're asked to sign non-disclosure agreements because there are competing bidders, and it's important that everybody have a level playing field. Will this amendment reach those types of legislative duties, or is it strictly confined to so-called economic development projects?
Thank you for the question, Representative. In my amendment language, it requires members of the legislature to disclose to the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission when such member has entered into a non-disclosure agreement involving any contract executed by a state agency during fiscal year 2027, including but not limited to a STAR bond project or other economic development projects. So that could mean economic development. It could mean that perhaps you're on a committee that deals with sensitive state information, and you have to enter into a non-disclosure agreement or maintain that confidentiality. So it would apply to those as well. So it's meant to be broad, but it included some examples in the bill language. And it wouldn't require that the contents of, or the subject matter of what a non-disclosure agreement would pertain to. It doesn't require the commission to disclose that. I originally, well, I'll just stand for any other questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I agree with the carrier of the amendment's interpretation that it is broad. In fact, I think it's overly broad. If this were limited to economic development NDAs, I would look at it very differently. But when some of us are just doing our day-to-day work and it's necessary to see things that are confidential or proprietary in nature, then I'm not real anxious to have to file a new declaration of some kind for just doing my job. So I'm torn on this, and I won't make up my mind probably until it's time to vote. Thank you.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Howe, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the attention of this committee of the whole to entertain this amendment to the budget. In 1913, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis said, "Sunlight is the best disinfectant." And it's a famous aphorism that he coined, but it really signifies that openness and transparency are the most effective ways to prevent corruption or misconduct or the perception thereof in our public and private institutions. I originally thought about offering a proviso that would prohibit, more specifically, NDAs from members of Congress, members of the legislature. But I thought, well, I don't want to be overly restrictive. I still want to allow people to conduct their business, but this is my 6th session, which is an honor to serve, but I've never been approached to enter into any NDAs myself. Maybe that's because of the committees that I serve on and whatnot, but I have seen that sometimes when NDAs are entered into, that could potentially cause less transparency to flow out into the inner workings of this legislature or the legislative branch of government. And so this seeks to shine a little bit of light on what's going on, but not too much light to where it would violate any confidentiality. So I appreciate your consideration of this amendment, and I will close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Howe to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. The motion fails. We are back on the bill. If there's no further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This afternoon, I made some of the remarks, and you heard the chairman mention one that I wanted just to zero in on for just a minute. The Budget Stabilization Interest Fund. The Appropriation Committee made the decision, we're going to shift that now to the State General Fund. You have already started down the path to deal with the financial shortfall that we have. This is a precursor to a tax increase, or it is a precursor to taking the budget stabilization funds and distributing them for continued spending. You know, I'll tell you, I'm in the wrong body at times. I really look at that. You know, sometimes I think I'm out of the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I'm the ugly. Because I come down here and I say, you know, the bottom line is we're spending $500 million more than what we can in order to balance out the budget. The chairman does a great job. And every year we balance it out. And most times we're able to take care of some of the needs, not all the needs, but we're not supposed to. But down the road, regardless if it's a Republican or a Democrat governor, there's going to be a tax increase or you're going to start stripping the funds. And if you start stripping the funds, what happens is it still guarantees a tax increase because you have to have your expenditures and your receipts balanced sometime. It's always been a rule in this chamber. It's always been a rule in this body that if you don't balance out the expenditures in the budget over a long period of time, you are guaranteeing a tax increase. And it's not just going to be a property tax increase, which we didn't deal with today. It's going to be a substantial sales tax or income tax. So, you know, I looked at the budget a little bit and I came up with conference committee is going to make the recommendation. That's how it has been for the last 10 years on this. I say I'm the ugly because I think they should come back and save $60 million in ARPA funds. I think they can readjust them, reapply them. That was the interest off the ARPA funds, and they can use that for one-time expenditures and cut down the SGF spending. Then I think they should cut $200 million. That puts us in line to deal with the financial shortfall that we have this year and in the subsequent years. Whoever comes back next year, you're going to have even tougher decisions. So you might as well start now. Now, how does that compare? Let me grab my glasses. $327 million over what was recommended initially. And what I'm recommending, you cut it down $200 million for 27, which was $312 million. It's just a matter of whether or not you want to deal with the piper now or later. And I take the attitude that it's better to do it now. So I leave you with the budget. I am like several of you sitting in the back rows or in other rows. We don't get a handle on this budget problem, you're going to have a whale of an issue in the next few years.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Waymaster, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to compliment the previous speaker. Obviously, he served as my ranking member for a couple of years and knows how the process works, and I respect his comments. The one thing that I would say is we continually have seen an increase year after year after year, and I mentioned it in my opening comments, and that was due to the Gannon decision with K through 12 education. Not only do we have a automatic annual increase that is applied to the Kansas Department of Education, but we also have the CPU that was added a couple years after we changed the school finance formula. Next year, this body will have the opportunity to look at the school finance formula, and there needs to be some changes made. Because as the previous speaker said, that's the major item that is compounding into our increase in spending. It's K through 12. And it was the adherence to a Kansas court ruling, that we had to adhere to. Now, are we gonna be able to cut it? No, but I think there's some parameters that we can put in place where it's not just a continual large increase that goes into K through 12 annually. As I mentioned in my opening comments, the approved budget that we had during the legislative session for fiscal year 2026 was $11.1 billion. That's what we passed in the 2025 session. We have made adjustments of $215 million below that for the current fiscal year that we're in. We've also made a $100 million reduction from that for fiscal year 2027. We're moving in the right direction. It's going to take time. It's going to take a while to right the ship. And so with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports House substitute for House Bill 2434 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Waymaster to report House Bill 2434 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Madam Chair, move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The motion passes.
Clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that House Bill 2434 be passed as amended.
Speaker recognizes Representative Christy Williams to adopt the committee of the whole report.
I move that we adopt the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committee, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Taxation recommends House Bill 2644 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Taxation recommends House Bill 2234 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as substitute for House Bill number 2234 as follows: an act concerning sales taxation, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Taxation recommends House Bill 2475 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
We have the following committee assignments. Representative. Oh. Wow. Is there any objection to returning to that order of business, introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions? Seeing no objection, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2786 by Committee on Taxation, requested by Representative A. Smith on behalf of Representative Waymaster, an act concerning sales and compensating use tax. House Bill 2787 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, requested by Representative Auerkamp, an act concerning alcoholic beverages.
Now we will talk about committee assignments. Representative Russman to replace Representative Esau on the House Committee on Judiciary on Wednesday. This is for today, because we didn't get him earlier today. On Wednesday, February 25th, The appointment expires at the end of the day on the 25th. Representative Cindy Neighbor replaces Representative Helgerson on the House Committee on Appropriations on Wednesday, the 25th. This appointment expires at the end of the day on the 25th. Representative McDonald replaces Representative Carlin on the House Committee on Taxation on Wednesday, the 25th. This appointment expires at the end of the day on the 25th. Representative Hoy replaces Representative Alcal on the House Committee on Taxation on Wednesday, the 25th. This appointment expires on Wednesday, the 25th. Representative Rishu replaces Representative Alcal on the House Committee on Appropriations on Thursday, the 26th. This appointment expires at the end of the day on Thursday, the 26th. Representative Martinez replaces Representative Osman on the House Committee on Federal and State Affairs on Thursday, the 26th. This appointment expires at the end of the day on the 26th. Representative Simmons replaces Representative Haskins on the House Committee on Federal and State Affairs on Thursday, the 26th. This appointment expires at the end of the day on Thursday, the 26th. And that is all of those. Are there announcements? Representative Stogsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda tomorrow morning at 8:30. 8:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
Ready? Okay, Republicans, tomorrow we will calendar in the old Supreme Court at 8 a.m. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 1502, posting a sequence for the succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders for Thursday, February 26. You ready? Senate Bill 197. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Thursday, February 26th at 11 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.